pintasan kahit isa, kundi ang tekla ng bakuna. Kung makikita mo ang boyfriend ko, sexy muscles buhat sa braso, walang kapintasan kahit isa, kundi ang tekla ng bakuna. Sa paa, kay taas ng IQ niya, isang genius pala. Kung sa forma ay sosobra, sa tipong artista. Kung makikita mo ang boyfriend ko, Jack na wow ang sasabihin mo, walang kapintasan kahit isa, kundi ang tekla ng bakuna. Sa paa, kay taas ng IQ niya, isang genius pala. Kung sa forma ay sosobra, sa tipong artista. Kung makikita mo ang boyfriend ko, Jack na wow ang sasabihin mo, walang kapintasan kahit isa, kundi ang tekla ng bakuna. Sa paa, kung makikita mo ang boyfriend ko, Jack na wow ang sasabihin mo, walang kapintasan kahit isa, kundi ang tekla ng bakuna. Sa paa, yan ang boyfriend ko. Okay ang boyfriend ko. Yan ang boyfriend ko. Ang aking boyfriend, mahilig sa disco, lagi sa disco, lahat ng Sabado. And when the kids go dancing na, lagi pa siyang nauuna. At ang sayaw pa lang niya ay mashed potato. Yan ang boyfriend ko, di ko madig ang gusto. Siya ay in na in, ngunit out pa rin. Ang boyfriend kong batoy, 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 batoy. mahirap lamangan. But when we go out dating na, kulay ng polo niya'y pula. Berde pa ang sapatos niya, asul ang medyas. Yan ang boyfriend ko, di ko madig ang gusto. Siya ay in na in, ngunit out pa rin. Ang boyfriend kong batoy, yan ang boyfriend ko, di ko matake ang gusto. Siya ay in na in, ngunit out pa rin. Ang boyfriend kong batoy, boyfriend kong batoy, ang boyfriend kong batoy. Si ay matumbakan na taga-Fresco, gabi-gabi na lang ay nasa disco. Mga problema niya'y kanyang nalilimutan. Pag siya'y yumuyugyo, sumasayaw. Sa umaga, dispatchadora. Sa gabi siya'y bonggang-bongga. Pagsapit ng dilim, nasa Coco Banana. Ani batumbakan, sa disco is Navera. Sa disco siyang reyna. Si Ani batumbakan na taga-Fresco, laging ubos ang sweldo niya sa disco. Mga problema niya'y kanyang nalilimutan. Pag siya'y yumuyugyo, sumasayaw. Sa umaga, dispatchadora. Sa gabi siya'y bonggang-bongga. Pagsapit ng dilim, nasa Coco Banana. Ani batumbakan, sa disco is Navera. Sa disco siyang reyna. Sa umaga, dispatchadora. Sa gabi siya'y bonggang-bongga. Pagsapit ng dilim, nasa Coco Banana. Ani batumbakan, sa disco is Navera. Sa disco siyang reyna. Si Ani batumbakan na taga-Fresco, bigla na lang natanggal sa trabaho. Mga problema niya'y lahat nagsikatigan. Kanyang yumuyugyo, sumasayaw. Sa umaga, dispatchadora. Sa gabi siya'y bonggang-bongga. Pagsapit ng dilim, nasa Coco Banana. Ani batumbakan, sa disco is Navera. Sa disco siyang reyna. isasayaw ko. Oh, 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 ah, awitin mo at isasayaw ko. Oh, 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 ah, ah.
Walang iba ang sasarap sa pagtitinginan natin. Sana ay di magwakas itong awit ng pag-ibig.
Awit natin ay wag na wag mong kalimutan.
Ako ko naman na lagi kang pakikinggan. Magpakailanman.
Ang isang pag-ibig ay parang lansangan na pandalawahan. Kaya't sa ating awit tayo ay sinaktan at pinitin. Nililigawan ka namin, kami di mo pinapansin. Porke kami di tagalasal, wala kang time sa amin. Ang sabi mo pa nga,
In fairness, whatever.
ang puso ko'y tinuro mo, sinaktan at pinitin. Be, buti nga, iniwan ka ng iyong nasa lista. Ngayon malungkot ka't nag-isa. Be, buti nga, 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 be, buti nga. Noon ay crush na crush kita, hindi mo ako pinapansin. Ang gusto mo'y assumptionista, wala kang time sa akin. Ang sabi mo pa nga,
Gosh, what a loser.
ang puso ko'y tinuro mo, sinaktan at pinitin. Be, buti nga, ngayon ay popstar na ako. Siguro'y tumutulo ang laway mo. Be, buti nga, be, buti nga, be, buti nga, be, buti nga, ngayon ay sexy na ako. Siguro'y tumutulo ang laway mo. Be, buti nga, 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 ngayon ay pita na kami. At nariyan ka pa sa isang gabi. Be, buti nga, be, buti nga,
Sound check. 1, 2. Sound check. Sound check. 1, 2. Sound check. Okay, standby po. By 11:30, magla-live na po tayo. Salamat po. Okay, standby po. Going live. Thank you.
The COVID-19 pandemic has brought unprecedented changes to our usual ways of living. But the Department of Education remains unfazed by these challenges to fulfill the mission of Sulong Edukalidad, the rallying call for national effort to deliver quality basic education to all Filipinos, which involve aggressive reforms in the 4 key areas: the K-12 curriculum review and environment, teachers upskilling and reskilling, and engagement of stakeholders for support and collaboration to move forward together as we prepare the education system for the future. The call for Sulong Edukalidad will continue, and we have built the framework of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, or the BELCP, to put the needs of the learners at top priority. DepEd's BELCP is the major response and commitment to protect the health, safety, and well-being of learners to continue education even in these trying times. With a BELCP in place, supported by unprecedented number of diverse stakeholders from the academe, media, industry groups, NGOs, business and private individuals, Sulong Edukalidad will be able to sustain the aims in its reform for quality basic education. In our journey towards quality education, and in improving the learning environment, we took action in the construction and rehabilitation of school buildings, ensured the availability of learning materials and equipment, and prioritized our last mile schools. The challenges of the pandemic also brought to light the urgent need to upgrade our ICT infrastructure to service the needs of education. In terms of the teachers of for teachers and school heads. We have aligned the professional development of teachers with their career progression to track their development as part of the National Educators Academy of the Philippines transformation. With the launch of the Education Futures program, where we will be focusing on innovative actions and solutions to improve the state of our education, we are now more than ready to start a new journey and continue our fight for quality education for all Filipino learners. Finally, we've given high importance now that the year is about to end. Our commitment to sulong edukalidad will continue and will be far from being gone. With a lot at stake, considering our new knowledge and experience from this year's challenges, we are equipped to face a new future. As we head on to the future where the department will always be the guardian of every Filipino learner's right to education.
Gandang umaga, Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. Mayong buntag, Sir Randy.
Buntag Sab, Ma'am Ed.
Yes, and a better morning to all our schools division superintendents all over Region 9. For Zamboanga City, good morning to Dr. Roy Tubalia.
For Isabela City, we have Dr. Julieto H. Fernandez. And for the Pitan City, we have our officer in charge, Ma'am Judith Romagera.
Pollock City, Dr. Virgilio Bacan Jr.
From Pagadian City Division, we have Dr. Danny Cordova.
ang ano?
Zamboanga del Sur, we have Dr. Maharani M. Jacinto.
And of course, Sir Randy from Zamboanga Sibugay, Dr. Jeneline A. Aleman. And ang ating pilar ng Region 9, the one and only original director, Dr. Isabelita M. Boris.
And of course, Ma'am S. joining us today
Yes.
this morning. We have also our Undersecretary for Finance. We have Joseph Ann Sevilla.
Also, we also have USEC Justado San Antonio for the curriculum and instruction. So ngayon ay Martes, ika-20 ng Abril at kayo ay nakatutok sa EduAksyon. Aksyon at solusyon para sa edukasyon. Ako po si Espenia ng Zamboanga Sibugay Division. Mapayapang umaga sa lahat at taga-antabay. Gambiagan daw sa mga iksong subanen o payong buntag sa mga iksong Bisaya. Aniya kita karon sa Region 9, Zamboanga Peninsula. Kasama ninyo kami sa pagkakatid ng mga impormasyon sa umaga nito.
Mabiyabihong buntag sa tanan, buenos dias, assalamualaikum. Magandang buhay sa lahat ng nakaabang sa atin sa umagang ito. Ako naman po si Randy Davis. Alam mo ba, Ma'am S, na ang araw na ito ay tunay na makasaysayan dahil kasama natin ang ina ng ating kagawaran na si Secretary Leonor Magdolis Briones.
Yes, Sir Randy. At it's not everyday naman, no? It's not everyday na kasama natin ang ating ina. At talagang tama ka dyan. Pero bago yan, ano-ano na nga bang region ang napuntahan ng ating kanina?
Ay marami na, Ma'am S. Matapos niyang puntahan ang Region 7, Region 2, Region 1, Region 3 at Region 12. Ito, bumisita naman siya ngayon sa atin sa Region 9, Zamboanga Peninsula. Hindi man physical, ngunit mas napapalapit pa rin tayo sa kanya dahil sa virtual setup o online press conference.
Tama ka dyan, Teacher Randy. Sabi nga nila, sa tulong ng teknolohiya, layo pero dool. Di ba no? Malapit tayo sa isa't isa. Kaya mga kaibigan, sa 2 oras kung lang dyan mapaabot, mapatuman, no, ang adhikain, ang ako ang mga pangandoy na ituloy ang edukasyon sa kabila ng ating sitwasyon. COVID man yan, ano ba, di ba? Pagkakataon din ito upang pag-usapan natin, Teacher Randy, kasama ang ating mga media partners mamaya, ang mga mahahalagang issue upang mailatag natin ang mga solusyon. Kaya Teacher Ran, kita-kit sa magyud ang naglangkob aning atong programa karon sa EduAksyon.
At Ma'am S, gitawag kining concerted effort within DepEd. Dahil ang EduAksyon ay binuo ng DepEd Central Office, Office of the Secretary at Public Affairs Service sa pagkikipagtulungan sa mga regional offices at mga division offices.
Wow! Nakaka-inspire namang marinig, no, na talagang nagsusumikap ang ating kagawaran upang may paabot sa nakakarami ang anong ganap natin sa DepEd.
Tama.
Kaya live tayong mapapanood sa araw na ito via DepEd Region 9 Facebook page at ng iba pa nating mga social media pages of the different schools, division offices of Zamboanga Peninsula.
And to add, Ma'am S, nakaantabay din po ang ating mga kasamahan katulad ng ating mga Assistant Schools Division Superintendents, Chiefs of Functional Divisions, Supervisors, mga principal at ang ating mga kapwa-guro, mga lokal na pamahalaan at iba pang stakeholders at DepEd partners.
So I'm sure that tayo kita karon sa kahanginan.
Tama.
Oo nga, nagkuhan din, nag-atang-atang. So I think, and this day also kasama din natin ang ating mga media partners sa Region 9 na mamaya ay makakausap na Secretary Liling. Kaya abangan po natin.
Ayan, makaantabay lang po ang lahat dahil sa puntong ito, bilang pambungan ating pong tunghayan ang special video presentation na binuo para sa virtual regional visit ng ating kalihim.
Ang mga video na to, Teacher Ran, ay pinapakita nito ilan sa mga best practices, no? Mga or effective practices ng ating 8 schools division offices upang maisakatuparan ang ating learning continuity plan sa rehiyon. Panoorin po natin.
It's good that I'm blind.
I'm Teacher Ray Duhay-Longsod, a secondary school teacher 2 of Elian National High School from the Division of the Pitan City, and author of TIGIC. TIGIC is an acronym for Teaching Innovation Through Gadgets to Intensify Knowledge. This approach utilizes the use of walking, the modular approach which we deliver to our students. Our distance learning has been very challenging, especially for me as a blind teacher. But because of this approach, everything becomes easier. to connect with your students, to have interactive lessons. We're just doing like we are having a classroom instruction at the comfort of our own home.
So we already identify which model is discarded and which model is ordinary. What are the models that are underlined? So these the 5 models. Must, have to, must, need to, and have to must. Okay, very good.
Para sa akin, mahalaga ang paggamit ng walkie-talkie dahil isa itong mabilis na paraan ng pakikipagkomunikasyon, lalong-lalo na sa edukasyon. Mabilis tayo nitong maaabot dahil kahit isang pindot lang ito ay maririnig mo na ang mga discussions mula sa iyong guro at mga pagtatalakay rin kasama ng iyong mga classmates. For me, importante jud ang walkie-talkie, especially namong mga estudyante to communicate easily with each other. Despite this pandemic, magamit siya nato if natay pangutana or naami i-clarify sa among teachers about sa mong subject.
Walkie-talkie is a very useful gadget nowadays. Aside from being used in our education during this pandemic, we also use it as a tool in times of emergency here in our community.
This is what gives them the idea to also embrace the concept. The idea that they will no longer tutor their children. So now that the approach is here, they're very happy because they can continue their work. They can find money to support their children.
Ang gasto po namo nga mga ginikanan gamay ra, unlike sa online teaching nga manginahanglan kag internet o load. So thankful kaayo ko isip po sa kainahan nga naaragya po'y kalidad ang edukasyon nga nakuha sa akong mga anak. Daghang salamat.
The implementation in bringing continuous education amidst the unprecedented event for this school year has brought about changes in terms of its mode of delivery. Thus, in this video presentation, Isabela City Schools Division highlights a few of the best practices in carrying out quality education and an education for all. Support from stakeholders, gift giving. Provincial-wide cleanup drive. Project Aral. A partnership with NGO Isabela, Isabela Foundation Incorporated. Feeding Program, Division Health Section with SAF and Isabela City Police Station. Donation of yellow boats to Bajau Floating Elementary School by Yellow Boat Foundation. And the creation of LR Happy Isabela Teleeducación.
Welcome to Happy Isabela!
Happy Isabela!
Happy Isabela!
Ladies and gentlemen, the Isabela City Schools Division.
normal, we should say. But be it normal or exceptional or new normal, DepEd Pagadian City cannot withdraw the oath we pledge to serve our young people in terms of teaching and learning business.
Apparently, a good learning material makes it easier and more interesting for children. And we ought to sustain this by finding measures calculated to ensure school development so that my office, the city mayor's office, and the city government family is open all the time to assist the DepEd in attaining this common endeavor. Handang isip, handa bukas.
Zamboanga del Sur Division, one of the largest divisions in Zamboanga Peninsula, challenges posed by this pandemic. Led by its school's division superintendent, Dr. Maharani Jacinto, and through its more or less 10,000 personnel, it has remained dedicated in its pursuit for excellence and its mandate of ensuring the delivery of quality basic education to its learners. With a strong partnership with the local government and various community sectors, this division was able to engage in both curricular and extracurricular endeavors, such as the Atab a Barangay Bayanihan project. With the production of self-learning modules, the division also conducted a unified and simultaneous orientation to its parents. Signifying the laudable leadership, SDS Jacinto also led the monitoring of Glab Elementary School, a last mile and iPad school in the province. With their limited resources, Principal Joel Arnejo and the teachers of Glab Elementary School also featured their program, Tingog sa Kawanangan. This division also has a weekly radio program named Ang Takna sa DepEd. Another school also recently implemented the Walkie-Talkie project. Finally, with applications pouring in, an online orientation using Microsoft Teams Live was conducted last March 8, 2021. These are just some of the best practices implemented by Zamboanga del Sur Division for school year 2020-2021. As a catalyst of holistic and continuous improvement, this division pledges to pursue the heights of exceptional service delivery and be an agent in the development and success of Filipino learners. Dahil sa DepEd, sama-sama tayo sa pagsulong ng ito kalidad.
On behalf of all the learners of the Division of Zamboanga del Sur and as your SPG Regional President, I, Princess Carsten C. de la Peña, would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all our teachers, our schools, and the Department of Education in general for working hand in hand to make sure every child's right to learning is fulfilled. Despite the challenges that this school year's new normal poses, I know we can overcome. Thank you very much, DepEd.
My name is Diamanticio Laurente. I am 5 years old. A kinder pupil of Mineo Elementary School, DepEd City Division. Thank you very much. Always reading program for never smart. Yeah.
This is the chance to learn, let's brighten the day. With you the journey will continue. Yes, to education, we are reaching to you. We'll be on your way, we know we can help you learn. Yes, we can, we try, we believe. Que junto puede, para con ellos zamboangueños. Yes, with you we'll continue. Let's say yes to education. Que junto puede, para con ellos zamboangueños. Yes, we can, we try, we give big, we believe. Que junto puede, para con ellos zamboangueños. Yes, with you we'll continue. Let's say yes to education. Que junto puede, para con el zamboangueños. The long roads, the mountains high, the challenging seas will reach out to you. We'll do it, we'll bring it, we'll guide you on your way. Yes, we can, we try, we big, we believe. Que junto puede para con el zamboangueños. Yes, with you will continue. Let's say yes to education. Cree junto puede para con el zamboangueños. Cree junto puede para con el zamboangueños.
Project KIA is a division-initiated project of Zamboanga, Sibugay. This is guided, integrated, yielding activities.
Ginagmay oras dayon.
I'm Jody J. Becada Bruler from Grade 6 Sapphire of teacher Ruelmi Flores. I'm from La Dicha Elementary School, Malangas District. I'm here to encourage your fellow learners to love and make reading a habit. Tara na't magbasa, kaunlaran sa kaisip.
The following program is Gia on Air of DepEd Zamboanga Sibugay in coordination with DepEd Region 9 Zamboanga Peninsula.
At ayan po ang ilan sa mga effective practices na kasalukuyang ginagawa ng ating Each Schools Division Offices. Yan nga, Ma'am S, ang patunay na patuloy natin inihahatid ang quality education.
At nakakandig naman ang puso, no? Talagang ang daming ginagawa.
Tama. Kaya kaya na rin ang madalas natin maririnig, it takes a village to, ayun. Kaya naman nagkakaisa ang mga sangay ng DepEd Region 9 upang hindi matigil ang pag-aaral ng mga bata kahit na meron tayong kinakakaharap na risk sa bansa.
Tama ka dyan, Teacher Randy. Sa panahong ito, the more that we need consensus leadership, assertive and Dr. Isabelita M. Boris. Magandang umaga po, RD, at welcome po sa ating programa.
Morning, RD.
Good morning, Sir Andy, and of course, my favorite awardee ng Region 9, si Madam Australia Pinya of Sibugay Division. Buenos días a todos, and el día, más suerte el día del conversación de señora Leonor Magtulis Briones, and Segunda Secretaria Annalyn Sevilla, Segundo Secretario Diosdado San Antonio. Good morning, everyone. We are happy that we'll have now a direct conversation with our Secretary Leonor Magtulis Briones, as well as with Undersecretary Annalyn Sevilla and Undersecretary Diosdado San Antonio. For this version for Region 9, there's or aksyon at solusyon para edukasyon. But no less than our secretary will delve on that for all of us in Region 9. So we're happy that despite 3 postponements, now it has come. And today we do expect some direct engagement, pronouncement from our secretary, as we are all engaged in the delivery of our basic education learning continuity plan. A lot of questions, a lot of problems have to be threshed out. But we all believe that for all problems, there are always solutions. Kaya nga, aksyon at solusyon para edukasyon. And because these are all problems that emanate from us, I think we ourselves can provide solutions. But we want also the inspiration and the directives from our very own secretary. So she will give us an inspiration through this forum, with the assistance of her 2 undersecretaries. And of course, we'd like to acknowledge the presence and the support of the 8 schools division superintendents, the assistant schools division superintendents, and our division public affairs officers, our information officers, led of course by the regional public affairs chief, Dr. Dalia Paragas, her staff like Iris, and the rest of the technical group working, the ITO group all over the 8 divisions. Today, we would like to fully support the theme, the mantra, kri kri honto honto pwede. When we work together, nothing is impossible. Isn't it? Thank you, gracias, and buenos dias.
Ngayon naman, panoorin ang presentation mula sa Dipolog City Division gamit ang kanilang talento. Pakinggan natin ang kanilang tinig sa awiting Seasons of Love.
Ayan. Ang ganda naman ng mensahe ng kantang yon, Teacher Randy, di ba?
Tama.
Na tinuod jud ay nga ang gugma daghag panahon. Love for sunshine, love for sunset. There are those who love sunset, not the sunshine. But one thing is for sure, the
The
love
love
of teachers is love for
for
all
all.
seasons. So mula sa magandang mensahe ng kanta, oras na para pakinggan natin ang mensahe ng ating ina. Mahilig siyang bumisita sa iba't ibang rehiyon upang kumustahin ang mga guro at estudyante. Pandemic man, patuloy pa rin niyang ipinapakita ang dedikasyon sa kanyang trabaho. Mga kaibigan, pakinggan natin ang mensahe ng ating kalihim, Secretary Leonor Magtolis Briones. Pero bago yan, panoorin muna natin ang maikling video na ito.
Leonor Magtolis Briones, a passionate writer, a gender advocate, a faithful servant of God, a trusted public servant, and a loving mother. She had her education at Silliman University in 1958, obtaining a bachelor's degree in business administration, majoring in accounting, and obtained magna cum laude at the early age of 17. She obtained her master's degree in public administration from the University of the Philippines and postgraduate diploma in development administration from Leeds University in England. She was also conferred Doctor of Public Administration honoris causa by the Central Philippine University in 2014. Liling has also been an achiever, as she was awarded with distinction from Leeds University, England, and obtained certificates in policy in public enterprise from Harvard Institute for International Development, Harvard University, and innovations in governance from the John F. Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University, Massachusetts. Later on, she ventured into public service as secretary to the Commission on Audit and served as the National Treasurer of the Philippines. In 2010 that was initiated by the National College of Public Administration and Governance students and was supported by more than 1,000 people coming from the faculty and alumni through signature campaigns. She also pursued her life's advocacies, including fighting for social justice. As an established leader, she headed the Freedom from Debt Coalition. Briones was also a gender advocate who raised the level of discourse to address the plight of women. As a passionate advocate for social justice, she addressed the United Nations General Assembly in September 2005. In front of an international delegation, she bravely uttered to them, "Fulfill your promises, as the poor cannot wait for too long." She also became a party list nominee to the Congress under the banner of Kaakbay Party in 2012, which advocated for social reforms. She also served as a prominent petitioner of several non-government organizations and individuals which questioned the constitutionality of the disbursement acceleration program of the previous administration. Secretary Liling has spent most of her life as an educator. Whenever or wherever she delivered a public lecture, she taught like a teacher in a classroom. She became a researcher and professor at the University of the Philippines for over 50 years and was later conferred as Professor Emeritus in 2013 for her outstanding achievement inside and outside the university. A natural lover of music, she is also a member of the Manila Concert Choir and is currently serving as its president. With her invaluable success and journey as a leader and educator, she embraced public service and accepted the challenge to become the Secretary of the Department of Education of the Duterte administration. One of her greatest contributions to DepEd is the installation of reforms in the education system through the launch of Sulong Edukalidad, the rallying call for national effort to innovate Philippine education. Recently, she launched 2 books that depicted her life as an accomplished public servant and author. The first one was her biography, Faith, Duty, and Country, written by her friend and confidant for nearly 55 years, Dr. Proserpina Chit Domingo Tapales, a former dean of NCPAG, on her journey from being a poor girl from the Hulngan, Negros Oriental, up to being a public servant and advocate of education for all. Boiled Green Bananas is a compilation of her columns published in the Business Mirror from 2006 to 2016. To quote her supporters, "There is no shadow of doubt on Briones' probity and integrity." And until today, throughout her 80 years of experience, she shows how a true servant leader should be: ethical, dignified, and responsible.
Magandang hapon, good afternoon, maayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Buenas tardes todos. I'm very happy and delighted to be back in Region 9. Good afternoon, Beth.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, Senora. I'm delighted, as I said, to be back with all of you. The last time that I was here was when I sang with the Manila Concert Choir in one of the big national events in your region. And also we had a choral concert in Zamboanga, Sibugay, and which we enjoyed very much with Mayor Ame Olegario. So gusto sana namin bumalik ulit dahil enjoy talaga ang Manila Concert Choir, ang DepEd, at napakagandang opportunity na makipag-usap sa inyo lahat. This afternoon, we would like to share with you kung ano ang mga developments. Dati ang practice natin sa DepEd, tayo ay nag-hold ng mga press conferences, national press conferences. Pero ang sabi ko, mayroong time lag na from the national press conference bago bumaba sa mga rehiyon. Kung minsan mas nauna ang chika, mas nauna ang mga fake news kaysa ating press conference. By the time na mag-press conference na tayo, kuminsan hindi totoong mga balita. So we have initiated a regional conference para hindi lamang once a year bibisita ang Secretary of Education sa mga rehiyon, kundi whenever there are new developments which the entire DepEd family should be informed about, ipapaalam kaagad sa iba't ibang mga rehiyon. So ngayong hapon, i-share ko sa inyo, tanghali pala, siguro lang pa kayong mga lunch, hindi bale, pareho naman tayo. Yung i-share ko sa inyo yung mga pinakabagong developments galing sa national, and kayo naman mag-share kung anong mga pangyayari dyan sa inyong rehiyon, and also the press pwedeng magtanong. Kasi napansin ko din na kung magpe-press con tayo sa Maynila lamang, ang nagtatanong ang Manila Press, tapos ibaba yan sa regional press. Mas maganda, mas epektibo kung diretso sa regional press din tayo makikipag-usap. sa mga development sa education. Una sa lahat, nabalitaan na ninyo na nagdesisyon ang IATF kung saan ang Department of Education ay isang member ng ating mga teachers, ating mga officials from yung B group. Na-upgrade na tayo, nandoon na tayo sa A group, yung sa mga group na binibigyan ng priority. Kung available na itong mga vaccines na ito, ito ay talagang pinagtalakayan, pinag-usapan ng husto, at tayo ay nag-submit ng mga numero kung ilan ang teachers, ilang staff ang affected and who will be protected by the vaccination. Ang original estimate natin ay mga 1.2 million ang kailangang i-vaccinate sa department dahil we have mga 847,000 teachers, and then we have staff, we have our ang dentist natin, mga nurses natin, frontliners na uunahin na sila. And yung iba naman ay nag-register sa mga local governments. So ngayon ang estimate natin is about 700,000 plus ang kailangang ma-vaccinate by the time na turn na ng ating mga teachers. We are hoping that itong step na ito, hindi lamang magbigay ng protection sa ating mga teachers and staff, but might also be also encourage our local governments and our president, of course, to make decisions on specific places where it might be appropriate or safe to conduct face-to-face classes. Kasi maalaala ninyo, a few months back, inapprove na sana ng presidente at ng gabinete ang pag-pilot natin, at alam na ninyo yan sa Region 9, nag-submit na kayo ng listahan ng mga schools na pwedeng gamitin para sa ating pilot studies, para sa ating face-to-face learning. Pero yung lumabas, nag-emerge itong mga bagong variants na sinasabi baka mas mabilis pa sila o na kumalat, ay tinigil ni Presidente ang pag-pilot at saka pag-face-to-face. So itong development na ito na bibigyan natin ng proteksyon ng ating teachers ay siguro malaking tulong ang mangyayari. Alam naman ninyo na ang multo, ang pinaka-concentration of course ng COVID-19 is in Region 4A and National Capital Region. Ang lugar, iba't ibang level ng number ng mga biktima, mga active na natamaan sa COVID. So yan, handa yon. Kasi usually ang tanong kailan mag face to face dahil medyo malaki ang demand for face to face galing sa parents at saka galing sa mga estudyante mismo. Pero hinihintay natin kung ano ang assessment ng IATF at saka ng Department of Health dyan. Ang importante na kung nandyan na yung bakuna ay nasa tayo sa A group of priorities at saka rin na-recognize ang pangangailangan na bigyan ng protection ang teachers. Ito talagang pinag-kampanya, pinag-exchange ng ideas with IATF and also with our vaccine coordinator na si Secretary Galvez. Palagi kaming nag-uusap, palagi kaming nagbibigay ng mga latest numbers at saka yung mga surveys na ating ginanap. Alam niyo siguro na initially, nung nag-umpisa ang IDEA na linabas yung listahan ng mga priorities for vaccination, nag-survey tayo sa ating pamilya, sa DepEd family, kung gusto ba ng mga teachers at ang publiko na bakunahan sila. At the time, halos parehong yung almost very close ang numbers kasi 52% sabi ayaw nilang magpabakuna, 50% sabi nila gusto nilang magpabakuna. Pero nung nag-umpisa ng pagbakuna sa mga local governments, medyo humaba ng pila sa mga gustong magpabakuna. Kaya we are conducting another survey to find out kung ano ang extent ng demand for vaccination among our teachers. Klinaro din natin yung legal aspect nito. Tinanong natin ang Secretary of Justice. Sabi ni Secretary of Justice, nakita ko ito sa isa sa mga Facebook reactions galing sa Mindanao na sinasabi voluntary. That's true. Voluntary ang participate sa vaccination. Pero sa tingin ko, biglang dumami ang gustong magpa-vaccinate. Nung dumating na yung mga yung vaccines, yung nag-umpisa at saka yung naglabasa na yung iba't ibang klaseng mga variants ng COVID. So mukhang nagbago ang sitwasyon. Kaya gumagawa tayo uli ng survey to find out kung ganun pa rin ba ang sitwasyon. Sa tingin ko, from the top of my head lang as a experienced researcher, na baka nagbago ang sitwasyon. Kasi may mga organisasyon na nagdidimban na sila isamang teachers na dati nagrarally sila sa harap ng Pasig na ayaw silang magpa-vaccine. Ngayon, ang demand naman isama. Pero ang totoo, ang gusto kong sabihin, ang totoo lamang ay ang department talaga ang nakikipag-usap sa mga opisyalis natin na isama ang teachers. Kasi kung mangyari ito, malaking tulong ito sa pagpatuloy ng ating education programs. So, hinihintay natin yung resulta. Still, the assessment of the Department of Justice is that, at saka Department of Health, that it is voluntary. Pero dumadami na yung gusto, nagdidemand, sumisigaw, na nagmamarcha, na nagpa-placard, na gusto nilang magpabakuna. Dati, ang placard ay nagsasabi, ayaw nilang magpabakuna. So, baka nagbabago ang sitwasyon, especially since new variants have come out. Now, bumaba yung ating estimate. Originally, ang estimate natin, kaya talaga, pag-isipin mo kung ang pangangailangan sa edukasyon lamang, napakalaki talaga. 1.2 million ang ating estimate. Teachers, staff, lahat-lahat na. Hindi pa kasali ang mga students. Both public and private ito ang iniisip natin. Kasi alangan ba naman na tayo-tayo lang, we just take care of ourselves. Bahala na yung private sector. We just take care of ourselves for as long as we are safe. Hindi ganun. Kasi yung mga teachers sa private sector, teacher din yon kagaya natin. And then karamihan sa kanila, liit ang kanilang compensation. Alam naman natin yan, na the minute na papasa ang isang bata galing sa na pagtapos ng edukasyon, pagpapasa na sa ating let examination, lipat ka agad yan from the private to the public sector. So, yung estimate nating 700 ang private sector. Bumaba ang ating estimate dahil una, ini-encourage natin ang ating mga teachers, lalo na yung may mga comorbidities, no, na magpalista na sila. So may mga mga local government units tayo na nag-uumpisa na sila na magpabaksin o magpapalista, pumipila na sila. So sabi namin sa mga teachers natin na nasa tamang edad, na qualified sila under the age group, magpalista na sila kung interesado sila, kung gusto nila. Tapos secondly, sinasabi din natin na mayroong mga schools mismo, private schools, mga malalaking private schools. I'm sure mayroon din dito sa Zamboanga na sila na ang nagpapabakuna ng kanilang staff kasama na ang teachers. Kaya nga bumaba yung estimate natin by about 500,000 ang pagbaba ng estimate dahil may nagpapalista na sa barangay. Pangalawa, may mga malalaking eskwelahan na inaasikaso na nila yung kanilang mga teachers at mga staff. No, so hindi na natin sila isama sa Department of Education. Now, on the matter of whether it is voluntary or not, ang sabi ni Secretary of Justice, it's still a choice that a citizen has to make. Although ang obserbasyon ni Secretary Galvez, mayroon tayong pananagutan, mayroon tayong accountability, mayroon tayong responsibility na hindi natin i-expose yung mga bata natin, ating mga learners, dahil naniniwala tayo, hindi ayaw nating magpabakuna. Isipin din natin yung ating tinatawag ni Secretary Galvez na civic duty sa mga bata na hindi natin i-expose sa atin dahil ayaw natin magpabakuna. But these are choices that the teachers themselves have to make. At alam ni Beth ito na pinag-usapan ito ng gusto sa Mancom Exicom. Kasi walang policy ang Department of Education na hindi alam ng Mancom at ng Exicom. Alam nila yung proseso, dinidebate yan at pinag-uusapan. So ngayon gumagawa ng pag-aaral ang ating Department of Education sa legal natin, gumagawa sila ng pag-aaral na ayaw ko magpabakuna dahil hindi ako naniniwala, mas gusto ko ibang paraan. Pangalawa, titingnan natin yung human right ng individual. Secondly, you also look at the right of the state to protect itself. Now, you have the state, you have the government. Government wants to protect its citizens. Government wants to protect its learners. So it has a right also to expect its citizens to do their duty. So ayun ang situation. Gumagawa ng pag-aaral ang ating legal service yung sa dalawang prinsipyo na ito. Prinsipyo ng choice at saka yung prinsipyo ng obligasyon ng state, ng ating pamahalaan to protect itself from those who refuse to be vaccinated. Kasi nai-increase naman talaga ang sa tingin ng pamahalaan, kung hindi ka mag-vaccinate, nai-increase yung risk mo. So, may karapatan kang ayaw mo, pero may pananagutan ka rin. Lalo na kung ikaw ay isang teacher. So yun, pinag-aaralan niya ngayon. In the meantime, nasiguro na natin na nasa listahan na tayo, na upgrade na tayo from the big to the a group of possible na ma-vaccinate. Saka ang alam natin, may mga local governments na nag-umpisa na sila. Depende kasi yan sa determinasyon ng local government to vaccinate its citizens. Maraming siguro naririnig ninyo na minsan mayroon nang nauuna kasi gusto nila talagang magpo-vaccinate. So nauuna sila, bumibili sila sa sarili nila. Dinidiscourage nga yan ng government dahil kung bibili ka through government, mas ang presyo. Kasi nine-negotiate yung price niyan kung magbibili ka ng yung sabi nga ng isang kaibigan kung galing sa business sector, liling pumunta ka lang sa mga parking lot ng mga ospital. Kung gusto mo makakita ng mga nagpabavaccinate na siyempre gastos mo yan. Pangalawa, as I said, baka may kamahalan dahil bibilhin mo yan. Siguro may mga kakilala kayo. Saka yung iba naman gumagawa ng mga false address dahil alam nila na may mga syudad na nag-umpisa na. So, nagpapalista sila doon, maski hindi sila taga roon. Sinasabi nila na ako ay resident ng ganitong local government, ako ay nagtrabaho dito, kasi gusto nila. So ang mga Pilipino ngayon, divided sila. Yung gustong-gustong magpa-vaccinate, yung nagsabi naman na ayaw silang magpa-vaccinate. Ang ating concern ay ang teachers. Kasi alam natin na mayroong implikasyon yan para sa ating vaccinate ang mga teachers. Oo. Pero right now, as I said, mukhang may pagbabago sa pananaw kasi mismo ang organisasyon, may mga organisasyon ng teachers na ngayon sila lang nagsasabing isama sila. Nung dati sinabi nilang ayaw nilang magpabakuna. So ayun, ito yung sitwasyon natin tungkol sa vaccination. Ang pangalawang magandang balita, ang gusto lang namin i-emphasize na ang departamento ay talagang is exerting all efforts. 24 hours a day yan na talagang pinoprotect ang interest ng ating mga teachers. So right now, under negotiation ang natin sa COMELEC kasi nag-survey din tayo kasi sinabi ng sa Senado, sa isang hearing, sabi ng isang senador na interesado talaga sa education. Ang sabi niya na paano na yan, baka hindi magsiserve yung mga teachers during the elections. Again, sa survey natin, sabi na mag-serve sila sa elections. Ngayon, ang negotiation na inano natin sa COMELEC at sana makinig naman ang COMELEC. Gusto lang natin i-update yung compensation ng teachers na mag-serve. Now, yung chair ng electoral boards ay ang suggestion natin na kung pwedeng ma-increase from 6,000 to 9,000. Tapos yung members of the board, kung pwede ma-increase ng 5,000 to 8,000. Yun ang rate na hinihingi natin sa COMELEC. At ang nangunguna dito sa ating pag-uusap with COMELEC is Yusek Alain, no? At saka yung sa naman, supervising official, yung DESO, and then support staff. Yung DESO, ang request natin na ang rate ngayon ay 4,000, ay kung pwedeng gawing 7,000. Tapos yung support staff naman na 2,000, kung pwedeng gawing 5,000. At saka nakikipag-usap pa rin tayo na sana i-cover ang transportation. Ina-assume natin na bigyan ng protection yung ating mga teachers. Ito, DepEd ang nagne-negotiate. Kasi ang magdedesisyon, ang constitutional body is COMELEC. Gusto ko lang i-emphasize kasi kung minsan mayroong ilalabas sa newspaper na si ganito nagsabi, si ganitong matao nagsabing ganon-ganon. Hindi naman pwedeng utusan ng isang constitutional body agad-agad. Ang nakikipag-usap dito talaga ay ang DepEd. In the same manner na nakikipag-usap kami na i-upgrade. Alam ni maka-attest niyan si Secretary Galvez na halos isang taon na namin yang talagang pinag-usapan, and he is also very sympathetic na tungkol doon sa COMELEC. Saka kung may tanong kayo tungkol sa uniform, nandito naman kasama naman natin si Yusek Ann, mga tanong tungkol sa modules. Ako ilang beses na ako publicly nagsasabi ako na may COVID o wala. Ngayon ang panahon ay technology. Kasi hindi natin mahabol-habol ang ating 27 million na learners kung aasa tayo sa pag-produce ng mga modules. Dahil papatay tayo ng mga puno, i-destroy natin yung ating planeta. Hindi lamang yung ating planeta, yung sinasabi nga ni Stephen Hawking, pati yung galaxy natin. Kaya nga siya nga, before he died, he headed a very large team of scientists na tumatanaw-tanaw na hindi lamang sa solar systems, tinitingnan nila yung galaxies na pwede tayong mag-migrate. Kung dadating ang panahon, siguro hindi na natin yan maabutan, na sisirain talaga natin lubos-lubos yung ating sistema, yung ating planeta, yung ating bansa, sa kakaputol ng kahoy, sa destroy ng environment. And we can make a contribution to this effort of protecting the environment by utilizing technology. Pero yung pag-utilize ng technology is dependent naman talaga on available the technologies themselves. Kagaya ng narinig naman ninyo na ang Bureau of Customs, unang first set of donations nila, more than 5,000 na talagang napakagandang mga cellphones, laptops, and computers na ibibigay natin sa last mile schools, itong mga schools nating malalayo. Ay, ang problema nung challenge nung namili na tayo sa mga last mile schools, may mga last mile schools na wala namang kuryente, wala namang connectivity. So, medyo challenge din yun, maski mayroon tayong digital toys, pero kung walang connectivity. Kaya we are also working together with the ICT. Only this week, nagpirmahan ng agreement ang DICT at ang DepEd na magtulungan sa bagay na ito. Dahil hindi tayo makausad sa paggamit ng technology kung wala naman tayong, not as fast as kung wala tayong connectivity. Lalo na sa mga lugar na gusto talaga nating ma-reach itong mga last mile schools. And I'm very sure in Mindanao, maraming last mile schools dahil ang daming maliliit na isla sa of Mindanao, no? So isa din yung development. Now, ang ibang development naman ay hinggil sa curriculum. Kasama natin ngayon si DepEd Undersecretary na magbabalita sa inyo kung anong development sa ating pagbabago ng curriculum natin. Lalo na, as I said, yung demand for more printed materials. Dadating talaga ang panahon that will likely reduce the demand kasi bilyones yung nawala sa atin. Yung last round lang of bagyo sa Southern Luzon, di ba? Ilang probinsya yun affected. Bilyon ang nawala sa atin. Nagalit naman ang parents na para bang ang DepEd ang gumawa ng bagyo, ang DepEd ang nagpapuputok ng volcano kasi wala ng at nawalan tayo ng material na kailangan i-reproduce ito. Kasalanan ninyo, nagpabagyo kayo, ay sino nagputol ng mga puno? This goes back to the time na estudyante pa ako. Pinag-awayan talaga, pinagdebatehan talaga. You know, Beth, I was only a second year or third year student already. In Siliman, we were debating already the cutting of trees in Mindanao because at that time, nag-umpisa na ang floods, nag-umpisa na ang baha. At saka, ganon din ang nangyari sa Luzon. Ay hindi natin yan pwedeng ipagpatuloy. We have to think of other ways of continuing education. So, ito yun. Ano pa yung mga bagong instances na nakaka-excite sa atin? Siguro hindi tayo excited dahil iba yung tinitingnan natin. Iba yung pinagkaabalahan natin. Pero ito, sinabi ko ito, nandoon si Beth, sinabi ko ito sa Mancom. tingnan natin kung anong ginagawa ng ibang mga ahensya. Dati, ang tingin ko, kasi nag-create tayo ng Futures Study Group, kung saan pag-aralan natin, hindi lamang yung anong mangyari bukas, anong mangyari in our lifetime, but perhaps 30, 50, 100 ba na blue ang mata or brown ang buhok o ganun ba tayong itsura natin. Anong mangyari? May mga brain implants na ba tayo? Things like that, no? So, ang unang naisipan ko na pinakamagandang partner talaga ay ang Senado. Kasi ang Senado ang Senado talagang full support sa ating future study. At saka very exciting ito na let us pause for a while. And I know it's very difficult because we are all engrossed with COVID. After COVID or after all these pandemics and so on, what's going to happen? How will we look like? How will we communicate? Anong tunog ng music natin? Anong itsura ng ating art? Anong pinagkaabalahan natin? Ngayon, we study planets, pero you have somebody he was a little bit younger than I, yung favorite na mathematician ko. He was already thinking of galaxies na bibisitain para may malipatan man tayo kung talagang lubos na nating sirain yung ating solar system o yung dating yung panahon na yan. And these are very challenging issues to think about. So I thought, and I still believe that the Senate is a major partner here. Dahil sinusupport nila yon. Ngayon, nung nalaman halimbawa ng DTI na yun ang direction natin, yung future studies, sabi ng DTI, interesado kami ng future studies. Anong klaseng produkto ang gagawin natin? Kung mayroon ng brain implants, kung mayroon ng iba't ibang pamamaraan. Kailan pa bang maggawa tayo ng notebook na may multiplication table o may addition table doon sa likod? Kailangan bang mag-memorize tayo ng mga formulae? Paano tayo tumitingin sa mga bagay-bagay? And so, DTI said, kung mayroon kayong gagawin, isama ninyo kami kasi yung ating mga bata, pupunta naman sa kanila eh. Ang pinaka-latest na naisipan ko, and I'm sharing this with you, is what DOST is doing. DOST, of course, as you know, is headed by Boy de la Peña. I was vice for planning. So very wide-ranging yung pag-iisip nila. Nearly 2 years ago, kakaupo lang namin noon, nag-set up na sila ng brain center. Siyempre, tuwan-tuwa yung cabinet because we like to find out what is the state of our brains. How brains operate. So, sabi nila na mag-set up sila ng brain center. And recently, hindi natin pansin dahil ibang mga bagay nag-e-excite sa atin, nag-launch ang DOST ng Space Center. Interesado ako sa ginagawa nila na may implikasyon sa atin. Nag-launch sila ng Space Center. Grabe yung palakpakan ng cabinet nung in-announce niya yung Space Center na yan. Kasi baka maengganyo nating bumalik yung ating mga scientists. Tapos only recently, nag-announce na naman sila na sila ay mag-set up ng Institute for Virology na mag-aaral hindi lamang ng virus, pero mag-aaral kung paano tayo gagawa ng sarili nating vaccines. Now, ano ang implikasyon para sa atin? Ang implikasyon para sa education, I know because I'm a researcher, hindi yan sila basta-basta makabake ng research kung walang tumutulong sa kanila. So kailangan nila ng research assistants, kailangan nila ng mag-i-input ng data, kailangan nila ng mag-gather ng data, have very strong background in math and science. So may challenge yan sa atin. Saan kukuha si Boy ng mga magtutulong ng ating mga halimbawa, you get the best scientist, virologist out there na Pilipina, pauwiin mo. Hindi naman ibig sabihin na sila mismo ang gagawa ng lahat ng trabaho. Kailangan nila ng mga magtutulong, mag-a-assist, mga bata na nakakaintindi. And that is the challenge to us. Kasi sa atin, ang basic education, kung walang basic grounding in math and science, and even the arts, ang ating mga bata, kung kulang yan, hindi tayo makatulong sa tayo ng inaambisyon nating center. Napakagandang ambisyon yan na hindi natin siguro maabutan. Pero when you reach a point na we will not have to be begging the other countries, now we will be able to produce because we have brilliant scientists out there abroad. And we will be able to explore space outside. And saan tayo kukuha ng mga tutulong sa mga scientists? I tell you, scientists need those with basic grounding. Hindi lang mo na kukuha ka dyan ng clerk o ng pupulot ka sa daan ng isang sekretary na taga-input ng data. Yung talagang makakaintindi, manggagaling yan sa atin. Kaya ako tuwan-tuwa. The last time I was, yung binisita ko yung pag-set up ng again, also in Mindanao, no? Sa DOST, na high school. So these are challenges which we are facing and which are very exciting. Mundo, no? So, si Boy magugulat siya dahil ina-advertise ko yung sinasabi ko na sa cabinet, pag magsasalita na si Boy, lahat kami nakikinig. Wala namang mag-challenge sa kanya kasi who knows what goes on inside our brains. Or who knows what goes on, I don't know, baka may mga vacant spaces dyan sa ating brain. At saka yung dream, that is why, and I've said this before in one of meetings, tayo all of us are very far. I mean, we grow up on fairy tales, di ba? Ayaw ko about sa inyo. Ako, I grew up on fairy tales. And we think about genies, about fairies. Who are the genies now? The genies are the scientists. They produce whatever we dream that we can do. And they cannot dream unless we give them the appropriate basic education. And that is the challenge to us. Not just in Manila. So, ayun, yung isa pong bagong development sa DepEd. Alam na ninyo ito dahil ang Mindanao mahilig na mahilig talaga sa sports. Love na love ang sports. Ilang rehiyon yan na interesado sa sports. Pinasa na may batas tayong pinasa creating the National Academy for Sports. May ambisyon, 4 ang ama na nagsasabing sila ang ama. Oo. This is a very lucky baby. Mayroong mga babies na walang aangkin na ama. Ito, 4. Ngayon, nagiging 5 na. Tapos mayroon pang isa na ina na nagsasabi na siya ang nag-umpisa nitong sports academy na ito. We already have a high school for the arts, which we need and I believe has to be supported. Then we have our science high schools. Mas marami talaga yung science high schools natin. We only have one academy for art. And we're setting up already a tax agency, ang National Academy for Sports. And talagang heavyweight yung mga tatay na nagsasabi, ako ang ama niyan. Ako nag-isip ng ganyan. And so therefore, Mindanao is in sports. Very, very active sa sports ang Mindanao. And so mayroon na tayong STEM, mayroon na tayong MAPE, mayroon tayong textbook. Ngayon magkaroon din tayo ng sports. Na ang gusto nila sumabay sa pag-opening ng school. Pero this will be at the national level. Hindi pa kasama yung regional kasi Mindanao is interested in the regional. Again, if you teach our children, our learners, sports, you teach them science because sports is science. You teach them good manners and right conduct. You teach them not to cheat. Diba? For the sake of an award, for the sake of a championship or what. Kompletong education na makuha mo sa sports, kompletong education makuha mo sa STEM, na yung mga laman ng curriculum na maipasok mo doon. So this is another development. So to summarize, and I'm glad that the press is around and it's good to be excited over what the future is, what the future of your children, that your children will be getting. Tayo tapos na tayo. So you have, as I said, right now, ang pinaka-proximate, of course, is what we are doing for the teachers in the matter of vaccination. Secondly, because they have, sa survey namin, 100% ang gustong mag-serve sa elections. Ngayon, sinasabi namin, gustong mag-serve sa election, ina-announce na namin, sinasabi na namin na these are the benefits that we want our teachers to avail of. So yung vaccination, yung COMELEC, and then we have the future study. Yung Mindanao is fresh and young, it's multicultural, it speaks several languages and so on. Napaka-exciting. These are things where many developments should take place, especially in education. We cannot dream about moving to galaxies. Para tayong remember Superman na lumipat sila from the planet ng Krypton dahil nga si Krypton. We cannot fulfill those dreams. We dream of the time when we will not be dependent for the making of vaccines and drugs, etc., that will be advanced in science. We dream of the time when we are able to understand space around us, or maybe, I don't know, I'm joking about spaces between our ears, baka may mga blank spaces pa dyan, pwedeng dagdagan ng data, mga brain implants, and etc., etc. And these are very exciting things in education. And perhaps we should share them with the public so that our parents and our learners will have things to look forward to, na yung nangyayari pala sa comics ay mangyayari sa tunay na buhay at sila ay bahagi nun. So these are just some of the developments, and I will be ready to answer your questions. Andito si Yusek Dads, tsaka si Yusek Ann. Oo. And also, yung mga school buildings, ang tingin namin, dito, dinidebate. Ano bang itsura ng school buildings natin? In the light of blended learning. Kasi every year, bakit 10,000 lang ang nagawa ninyong schools? Build tayo ng mga schools. Tanungin natin sarili natin kung appropriate ba sa mga panahon na ito. So, these are things that we can also discuss about, and we're bringing them to you so you can tell us what is in your mind, what you think. Kasi yung paggawa ng policy, paggawa ng decision, hindi lamang galing sa central office. Parang galing central office contemplates, isip ng isip, drawing. calculate ng calculate, pagkatapos ibaba, circular, memorandum, whatever. Hindi ganon ang policy process. I think you know that, your PhDs and MAs. Policy process is not like that. It involves consultation, it involves asking people what's really happening, and it involves bringing down these changes to those who will be affected. And this is exactly what we are trying to do in the DepEd as we are already the end of the term of this administration. Thank you. Kailan pa kaya? Training pala, NAYAP is going to be transformed as well. And we have a major program sa pag-transform ng NAYAP, which is the training arm of the Department of Education as well. Okay. Thank you. Sige na, question na.
Mismo.
Si Beto Antua.
Ora mismo, Dalia.
Okay.
Enseguida. Dal, Miss Paragas. Muchas gracias, Señora Secretary Ma'am Lenore Briones. Hintayin natin, Ma'am, ang angkor. Pagadian ako, nasa Zamboanga City sila.
Gano'n, oo. Saka baka, yan. In the meantime, the press can already think about what I want to listen to what they want to clarify, what they want us to clarify. Sige.
Sige, Dal. Ano na?
Inihatid niya sa atin. And thank you so much, Secretary, for that very informative message.
Yes, pero pinakagusto ko doon, yung sa servisyo sa eleksyon na yung ating mga pagulo na magsiserve ay may increase, di ba?
Napaka-exciting. Ayan. At sa bahaging ito,
hindi kami nangangako. Ang sinasabi lang namin, nagne-negotiate kami. Pero ang COMELEC naman, sabi nila na makinig naman sila. They're willing to discuss. Dahil kailangan i-recognize natin na mayroon ng inflation, ang cost of living mataas na, at saka the risks that our teachers have to deal with are rising. So kailangan naman na i-recognize natin yan, and we should appropriately. Sabi naman nila, makinig sila. So, ipagdasal ninyo na ang COMELEC ma-accept nila yung ating proposal.
Okay po, maraming salamat po, Secretary. At sa bahaging ito, dadako na po tayo sa ating press conference proper. Makakasama natin sa bahaging ito si Director Nina Sanglay mula sa Office of the Secretary at si Binibining Dalia Paragas, ang Regional Information Officer ng Region. Magandang umaga po, Director Nina at Ms. Dalia.
Ayan. Maraming salamat, Sir Randy at Ma'am S. Thank you. Buenas tardes, maayong hapon, DepEd Region 9. Magandang hapon din po sa lahat ng mga nanonood sa atin live via Facebook. Sa lahat ng mga guro, mga mag-aaral, kini-kinilang mga magulang, at syempre sa ating mga kaibigan mula sa press at media. Good afternoon din sa mga makakasama nating mga undersecretaries at syempre, Secretary Lenore Magtolis Briones. Welcome EduAksyon, aksyon at solusyon para sa edukasyon, the press conference. Ako po si Nina Bianca Sanglay at makakasama natin ang ating Region 9 Regional Information Officer, Ma'am Dalia. Kamusta, Ma'am Dalia?
Yes, magandang hapon na po, Director Nina. Mabuting-mabuti kami dito sa Region 9 at natutuwa na kasama namin kayong ngayong araw. Hindi lang po kami sa DepEd ang sabik na makausap ang ating ina sa DepEd, kundi maging ang mga kaibigan natin sa media. Kasama rin natin ang dalawa sa mga student leaders na sina Princess May Q. Kalasag, a Regional Federated SSD President, Zamboanga Peninsula, at Sarah May T. I. Darius, the Division SSD Zamboanga City. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Ayan, maraming salamat, Ma'am Dalia. Ako, nabanggit mo nga, kasama natin ngayon si Princess at saka si Sarah. Parang pelikula, parang napanood ko na yan dati. But kidding aside, ikinagagalak nating makasama ang ating mga student leaders na sina Princess at Sarah. Ang tanungan.
Yes po, unahin na nating tawagin ang ating mga student leaders para sa kanilang katanungan. Tatawagin natin si Binibini Princess May Q. Kalasag, the Regional Federated SSD President of Zamboanga Peninsula. Princess?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon po, Secretary Briones.
Good afternoon. I believe I have met you because I recognize your face. Okay. What is your question? Hindi kita marinig.
Unmute.
Naririnig na po ba ako?
Okay. Yes, Princess. Go ahead.
Thank you po. So my question is, based on what we have experienced with our new way of learning modality in the presence of this pandemic, students are very busy in answering our modules all by ourselves. Though we are still grateful, for which we think that this is still the most effective and accessible modality for everyone. I just want to ask po, Lola Liling, if how many weeks or months po ba we will be having our vacation after the semester. Is it final po ba that the next school year will start immediately by August? Thank you po.
Nandito sagutin yung question mo about the start of the school year. But I think all of us are aware na malaking bahagi kung ang development sa COVID, how COVID is behaving safe for us to start. At saka pangalawa, what COVID does or does not do. Secondly, of course, is the decision of the president. And as much as possible, we give him as much information and data which he will need or require to make a sound decision. Pero nandito si Dad, siya ang makabigay ng specifics. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Liling. Thank you, Princess, for that question. Ang school year natin matatapos sa July 10 at napag-agrihan na namin sa mga pag-uusap with the Executive Committee kasama si Ma'am Liling at mga Regional Director sa MANCOM na magbubukas tayo August 23. So hindi naman siya masyadong madali. Sobra ng isang buwan, kulang ng 2 buwan. Kasi naniniwala kami na yung halos 6 na linggong break ay talaga sapat naman para makapag-welcome.
Okay, Princess, I think you still have a follow-up question. Please proceed.
So my next question po is, as a grade 12 student, one of our specialized subject is the work immersion. I would like to clarify if it is still possible to undergo immersion as stipulated in the guidelines for work immersion implementation during the crisis situation dated June 2, 2020. Are there any amendments or revision regarding the DepEd memorandum given that the crisis of COVID in our country is apparently increasing day by day? If not, what are the possible alternatives to pursue work immersion po?
Liling?
Kaya ano yan, kayo Dads.
Okay. Yes, we have to modify the guidelines in implementing our work immersion activities for the senior high school learners. And definitely, what we have suggested are activities that could be undertaken at home. We really encourage, if you are in an academic track, you would be perhaps working on capstone projects that will allow you to demonstrate full understanding to be learned and mastered in the specialization or track that you have chosen. But definitely, we won't be able to really allow you to go out, go to the schools or go to the workplaces because we are not yet allowed. But we are coming up with things that will somehow enable you to demonstrate and learn about the realities of the real work in the tracks that you have chosen. But be assured that this would be like sufficient for you to really demonstrate deep learning in the areas that have been identified. Apologies, Princess, but these are the necessary sacrifices that we need to do because we agree that health and safety of the learners would be more important than making you experience like the real workplace as we would do in an ideal setting. Thank you.
Thank you din po.
Salamat Yusek-Dan sa inyong sagot. Susunod naman nating tatawagin Committee ay Darius, ang ating Division Federated SST of Zamboanga City. Sarah, please proceed. Ms. Sarah May T.I. Darius, you can proceed with your question now. Baka hindi po siya nakapasok ay mangyari lang pong babasahin ko po yung kanyang tanong. In the current time, what is the assurance for learning and DepEd support measures to all learners toward inclusive education? Yes po, Secretary Liling.
Ulit, I was distracted kanina eh.
Yes po, I will repeat the question of Ms. Sarah May Darius. In the current time, what is the assurance for learning and DepEd support measures to all learners toward inclusive education?
We, as far as possible, as humanly possible, we exert all efforts to really make education available to prinsipyo natin. Pero yung assurance, I think you would be the first to admit that at this time, there are things na hindi natin ma-assure because DepEd is not a political party na magpa-promise ng ganito or ganyan, na ito ang mangyayari, etc. Napansin ninyo when you do your research or you do your reports, there are aspects na hindi ninyo mapipredict. That's why you do research to find out the answers. No? And one of the, as far as I am personally observing, of course, is the behavior of the COVID virus itself. And within this week, we are finding more information. Last week, it was projected na tataas because of the underreporting, na-identify na yung mga problems ng contact tracing, etc. So perhaps the numbers will be better. Tsaka may law kasi na pinasa ang Kongreso at ang Senado na ang Presidente ang magde-decide final. But it does not mean that we leave him to do all the thinking and the decision making, because everybody goes to him and asks him to make decisions. We have to give him the basis, the data, the information that is necessary. Right now, what we know is very clear to us. End ng classes is July 10. Ang opening is August 23. And we are urging everyone, right now, there are already how many millions na, sayang wala dito. I'm not sure if Yusek Jess is here. Children are already enrolling themselves, no? Nag-aano na sila ng space para sa kanilang school para mapasama sila sa list of enrollees natin. So nag-uumpisa na actually yung enrollment process natin. Lahat-lahat ginagawa natin, yung ma-manage natin, yung mako-control natin, ginagawa natin. Pero as I said, there are aspects which are very difficult to determine at this time, and we try to reduce the risks that are involved. We try to fill in the blanks as accurately as possible. At saka yung sinabi natin na education has to be made available to all, kitang-kita natin yan sa ating mga public school enrollment. Nag-i-increase actually yung enrollment natin sa public schools, which also can be source of concern because gusto naman natin yung complementarity ng private at saka ng public education. At saka yung estado ng education is connected. All of us are in the economy. If there are more jobs, parents are able to send the children to school, whether at home or outside. Kasi like it or not, there are expenses involved in putting a child through school. And kung marami ng jobs available, mag-recover ang economy. Kaya we are in a sense supporting the drive to open up the economy so that there will be more jobs. And if there are more jobs, there will be more parents who will be able to send their children to school. Isa ding malaking papel dyan is your local government. Kasi your local government would be investing in education. Many local governments place education above all. Number one sa kanila yon na priority. You cannot go wrong if you support education. And so the more active the local governments are, the better also for the school children. Hindi lang ito na ang DepEd. Bakit mababa ang enrollment? Kasalanan ng DepEd. Bakit may bagyo? Kasalanan ng DepEd. Bakit yung mga bata may mental health problem? Kasalanan ng DepEd. Lahat kasalanan. And we are responsible to each other. And we do try our best. And I have worked under several presidents and several administrations. This level of cabinet has never worked as hard as they are working now at this time. And we know that we are connected to each other. And we know that if we move, the others are affected. The OST says we want a space center. Well, we have to provide the necessary basic training and grounding for those who will be joining that space center. Trade wants new products. They want to encourage the growth of the economy. Well, we have to train our children to appreciate the economic factors. We want to excel in the arts. Maybe we should have more than one school for arts. because you cannot separate arts and the force and science, and that is what we are about. Otherwise, we'll be producing robots, which we don't want also. And I'm sorry we cannot say in the year of our Lord ganito ganyan ganyan, because as I said, we are not a political party. We are not a promising institution. We can only project according to what information we already have, and when we identify what we should be doing to respond to the situation at present. Thank you. Ano pang question sa mga bata? You know, the future is for you. I envy you. When I was second year high school, my father was a teacher, made us understand how storms develop. And hanggang ngayon, I have not forgotten that. I was probably, how old was I at that time? When I took up accounting, my teacher in accounting explained very thoroughly the concept of balancing accounts, the principles of debit and credit. I have not forgotten that. And I was probably 13 years old at that time. When I took up English in Silliman University under one of the best writers produced by this country, 6:30 in the morning ang klase namin, 6 o'clock. And he always said that we should always be accurate in the use of word, not only the grammar, but the selection of the language that we use must precisely, exactly describe what we want to convey. And I have not forgotten that. The teachers have a major role in shaping the kind of future that we have. And you are very fortunate. Kasi kami, we believed in fairies, we believed in giants, we believed in genies. Now you have scientists to prove whatever you dream of, to build whatever you want. And you have artists, you have musicians, you have freedom, and much more than we ever had during our time. So you're very fortunate, and I truly envy you. Swerte ninyo. And you are pioneering in a new way of learning. You are pioneering in a way of sharing, of learning new things, different from what your parents, your ates, your kuyas, and your teachers even underwent. And you're going to exceed your teachers. It's always a source of joy when a student exceeds his or her teacher. No teacher is happier, I think, aside from parents, when their students exceed them or are better than they are and do things in a much, as I said, more creative way than they could ever do. Thank you.
Yan, thank you very much, Secretary. And truly, we are also lucky dahil naisipan po ng DepEd na maglunsad ng programang Education Futures Program para sa ating mga kabataan at sa lahat ng mag-aaral. Thank you also to the participation of Princess and Sarah, our student leaders. Ngayon naman, Ma'am Dalia, tuloy-tuloy ang tanungan. Simulan na natin sa ating mga kaibigan mula sa press at media this time. Unahin ko na ang Dapitan City. Makakasama natin si Ma'am Mitzi Dulawan, Dapitan City Information Division. Ma'am Mitzi, good afternoon po. Dito ba si Ma'am Mitzi? Kung wala man, Dipolog City naman this time, Ma'am Zoraida Eva Mustaril. Wala ba sila? Ma'am Dalia, gusto mong mag-proceed sa susunod nating pwedeng tawagin?
Yes, yes.
Kung may pinadala silang question, pwede sigurong i-raise din.
Okay po, pwede po nating basahin na lang.
Basahin na lang muna natin yung kay Ma'am Mitzi Dulawan. Eto po, Secretary, this is the question. How does hiring of para-teachers provide beneficial effects on maintaining quality education for students in remote locations? Nakamute po ata kayo, ma'am.
Yung pag-hire natin ng para-teachers ay napaka-innovative na idea yan dahil alam naman natin na ang proseso ng pag-hire ng permanent teacher medyo may involved. Kung kukuha tayo ng para-teachers na sasabihin natin basta alam nila ang basics of teaching, the basics of education, the basics of the subject that they are going to help out, makakatulong sila in the meantime. Kasi isa sa ating mga challenges right now ay nagbago na ang sitwasyon. Kailangan natin ng additional na mga tao, hindi lamang sa education. Just a simple matter na which I would like to share with you. Halimbawa, the matter of contact tracing. Bakit bumagal ang contact tracing? Dahil kulang tayo ng tao na mag-contact tracing. Ang ginawa ng Department of Labor dahil napakaraming nag-apply sa kanila ng trabaho, ilang libo yon, mga 5,000 to 7,000, binigyan sila ng opportunity na magtrabaho as contact tracers. So, ganun lang. Dahil ang proseso for permanent employees, employment in government may katagalan, maraming requirements pa. In the meantime, the need is urgent. It's the same. We also need teachers, and kung makakatulong ang para-teachers, the better for us. So, ang parents, matulungan ang teachers at saka matulungan din ang ating mga local government units. So, malaking bagay yung para-teachers.
Yan, thank you for that answer, Secretary. Ngayon naman po, basahin ko na ang pangalawang katanungan mula kay Ma'am Zoraida Mustaril. This question maybe we can address to USEC Dads, no? This is tungkol kasi po ito sa modules. So, ito po yung katanungan. Tungkol sa modules, validated po ba yung mga learning materials in which wrongly labeled, nag-example po siya, yung mga nurses at namaline po yung mga igorots na merong discriminating or looking down to these to the igorots or to the nurses. As far as I know, DepEd urged the public to report issues of mga modules. So, kumusta na kaya yung validation nila?
Maraming salamat, Miss Nina. Alam po natin na itong mga minsan nasi-circulate, hindi pa naman talaga confirmed na gawa sa DepEd, pero ang buong kagawaran ng edukasyon. At yung pong mga nabanggit, yung pong hindi magandang feature sa mga igurot na yan, hindi po talaga yan actually dapat nilabas. Pero dahil may mga excited naman tayong mga kasamang guro, ay isinishare nila kahit hindi pa fully quality assured, kaya po nangyari yon at inalis po talaga yan, hindi naman yan pinayagang tuloy-tuloy na ma-share. Yun naman pong paglalarawan ng ibang mga trabaho na hindi sang-ayon sa natin, sa ating standard na gustong ipatupad, ay ganun din po ang ginagawa. Pinapabago natin at sinasabing palitan pagka hindi katanggap-tanggap. Ang importante po ay patuloy nating nire-report sa tamang proseso sa ating pong DepEd error watch itong mga nakikitang hindi maayos sa mga learning resources kasi iba-iba po ito. Minsan po ang nasi-circulate sasabihin module pero yung equivalent lang ng isang quiz ni teacher sa loob ng kanyang silid-aralan noong time na wala pa tayong COVID-19. Marami rin po ang mga ganitong naging naiulat sa atin na naging viral na kinakagalitan na ang DepEd pero sa totoo lang po sa isang silid-aralan okay lang yon pero ang gusto po nating ituwid yung impression ng marami na ang buong kagawaran ang gumagamit nito. Ang sinasabi po natin dahil nga sa new normal, pati po itong mga dati ay sa silid-aralan sa pisara lang nakikita ng mga bata na kahit mali ay hindi na talaga na isasaayos. Ngayon po ay nakikita na at para po sa akin, opportunity ito na lalo nating paigtingin ang mga ginagawa sa pag-quality assure ng ating mga learning resources at opportunity rin po ito na tayo lahat ng mga Pilipino ay maging papagmatsyag, maging bahagi sa pagsisiguro na ang ginagamit ng mga learning resources para sa mga mag-aaral ay nasa ayos at sumusunod sa ating mga standards.
Gusto ko lang i-emphasize na itong mga materyales na ito, may mga materyales na gawa ng DepEd. Mayroon ding materyales na gawa ng ibang grupo na sinasabi na gawa ng DepEd, ginagamitan ng logo ng DepEd. Mga materyales na ginagamit ng DepEd ay dumadaan sa quality assurance. Kung hindi papasa, ay talagang sinasabing huwag yang i-print, huwag yang ipalaganap. Ngayon, dahil nga ang dami na binabatikos, ang DepEd ay ignorante, ang DepEd ay nagdi-discriminate. Ang bilis kasi ng ating mga some of our kababayans na maniniwala na kung anong nangyayari sa mundo ay kasalanan niya ng DepEd. Kung hindi DepEd, kasalanan ng Department of Health. Kasi tayo ang mga suki kasi na subject of criticism. So ngayon, aming desisyon, hindi na sapat na kung halimbawa mayroong material na DepEd talaga ang gumamit pero wala sa module for classroom purposes or whatever. Pero inimprinta pa rin. At saka ito ay kinala ng kung saan-saang mga lugar, ng iba't ibang mga grupo. Talagang hahabulin namin yan. Mag-impose na ang DepEd ng sanctions sa mga sinabihan na huwag ilabas yung materialis na yan dahil mali yan, pero ipagpatuloy pa rin linalabas at kinakalat sa iba't ibang bahagi ng bansa at sinasabing yan ay galing sa DepEd, mag-i-impose na tayo ng parusa. Hindi na sapat na each time na may makikita, iilan yan. Pero I'm not going to say na iilan yan. We produce more than 800,000 halimbawa materials sa modules. Tapos, you have 2 or 3 which are highly publicized. Then everybody keeps on complaining about DepEd. Ay sinisiraan mismo ng gumawa ng mga materials na yan ang DepEd. Ano ba ang objective niyan? Una, taga-DepEd ba sila? Pangalawa, kung taga-DepEd sila, kailangan may hindi na sapat yung mag-apologize. I'm sorry, nakita ko sa Facebook. I'm sorry, nakita ko sa isang magazine. I'm sorry, binulong sa akin ng isang kaibigan ko na gamitin ito. Hindi na yan pwede. Lalo na yung hindi pumapasa sa quality assurance. Yun ang pinaka-latest decision ng Department of Education. Hindi kaysa maraming kasong ito. I think also tinuturuan naman tayo how to think logically and how to reach conclusions. If you have more than 800,000 material and then you have 2 or 3 and then everybody keeps on screaming and shouting na therefore DepEd is inferior, hindi marunong mag-English, etc., etc., hindi marunong ng matter of the Igorots. In the Department of Education, one of our regional directors is an Igorota, and that has never been an issue. And she herself is the first to deny that she is discriminated against. We have lawyer Igorots, and those who are familiar with them know how they look like. So, makikita natin kung minsan, we have to determine kung may mali siya na involved dito. Dahil sa DepEd, wala namang diskriminasyon, ma-Igorota, ma-Muslim, o ma-Bisaya. Of course, we always laugh about the way Bisayans speak English. Well, you listen to Nina, she is a Bisayan. You listen to, right now, the students who are talking, Princess, kanina, nagsalita, sabihin mo bang hindi marunong mag-pronounce yun at hindi marunong mag-English? I have attended many occasions na nandyan yung DepEd. And then I'm very careful, I'm very watchful kung mali ba, hindi ba marunong mag-English, etc., etc. Pero kung foreigner, na mali-mali yung English, tuwan-tuwa tayo kasi exotic sounding. Diba? So, ayun, ang gusto kong emphasize, there is no discrimination in the Department of Education. Sino yung nagsasalita? Sino yon? There is no discrimination in the Department of Education. And to accuse, perhaps I don't know how we are taught about logical thinking, to come to the conclusion that the department does not know to speak English dahil may lumabas na mga materials na hindi naman maliwanag kung galing sa DepEd yun, yung mga materials. Tinitrace namin yan ngayon at talagang mag-i-impose na ng sanctions ang Department of Education kung mayroong gagawa na galing sa aming pamilya, galing sa DepEd family, na magkakalat ng ganong klaseng material, maski alam nilang mali, kailangan mag-impose na ng sanction. Superintendents of different ethnic origins. Ako, I am a Visayan, and there are we have Igorots in of course in Baguio, in Region 1, in Cordillera. You have them, and all of us know how they look. I will not say all of us. We know how they look like. And they're very good looking. So all this Igorot business, that has to be put to rest because we do not claim ownership of that material. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am Dalia. Yes, ma'am. Should we proceed with the next question po? Ma'am Dalia, nakamute ka ba? Ayan. Yes, Ma'am Dalia. Nawawala ata si Ma'am Dalia.
May brown out na kasi dito, Ma'am Ninya.
Okay po. Basahin ko na lang po siguro since medyo nagkakaproblema tayo sa ating regional partner. Secretary, basahin ko na lang po yung direct na katanungan.
Yeah, sige.
Ayan na, Ma'am Dalia, yes. Go ahead. Nakamute po kayo, Ma'am Dalia.
Yes po, ang first question po ng DXN o Radio Comunidad de Isabela ay, with the new normal, what are the plans of the government for teachers to compensate with the extra effort of reaching out our children just to deliver the services?
I have shared with the public what we are doing. But at the same time, teachers are teaching our learners that there are millions of Filipinos who are serving the country as well, in addition to the teachers. So if like the frontliners, the health people, our janitors, our non-teaching staff, hindi lamang ang teachers, kundi ang non-teaching staff as well for the DepEd. But in other agencies of government, you also have people who are serving the Filipino people, who are doing their very best to assist and to help out the Filipinos. In addition to the teachers, I am not diminishing the role of teachers, because to be a teacher is to belong your ordinary profession. It's a vocation, it is a calling, it is for others, it is an expression of their faith. But at the same time, we also have how many millions of Filipinos who are in government and who are also serving people in the SWD, for example, people in the Department of Health, people in DTI, even those who sit in their offices making calculations, making whatever policy proposals that are needed. Local government officials, walang tulugan din yon. So, even as we are, and we have shown, we have endeavored to show what we are doing. Recently, na-release natin yung uniform nila. Maybe Yosek Ann can further explain the matter of uniforms. We have, as I said, negotiated that ma-upgrade yung classification ng teachers sa vaccine. We have negotiated that if they do extra work, yung sinasabi ng nag-ask ng question na mag-assist sila sa elections, we are saying that they should be compensated because of the risks involved. So, yung buong nagsisilbi ng pamahalaan, nagsisilbi ng Pilipino, ay i-recognize din natin along with the teachers. So, yun ang ating paningin sa ang lahat ng mga sweldo ng ating mga staff sa Civil Service Commission, kasama ang teachers, kasama na lahat-lahat. Would you believe it? Ang starting salary ng isang ekonomista, mas kuminsan, I don't know kung kasing baba o kasing taas ng sa tingin ko, ang lowest rate ng isang ekonomista mas, ang impression ko either the same or equal to that of a teacher for an economist or for a mathematician or for a researcher, because I come from the research group myself. So, lahat na nagsisilbi, i-recognize natin, kasama ang teachers, of course.
Thank you, ma'am. May follow-up question lang po, Ma'am Liling, ang DXNO. Ito po, since the existing teaching staff are facing harder times, is there any plan to employ more staff just to serve the community amidst the pandemic?
Siguro si Yosek Ann ang pwedeng makasagot niyan dahil hindi pa siya naka-share ng anong mga financial implications. Pag-uusapan ng additional staff, siyempre may financial implications yan. Yosek Ann.
Thank you po, Ma'am Liling. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes sa ating mga taga-Region 9. And siguro i-start ko po doon sa kanina pa binabanggit ni Secretary Liling that we have released the floating allowance to all our DepEd employees starting April 5, the first working day of the month. This is 6,000 per 6 billion pesos for the entire DepEd. Kasi more or less, we have 1 million employees already, combining the teaching and non-teaching position. multiplied by 6,000. So the budget requirement is 26 billion just for that. We made a very lenient and flexible guideline for the clothing allowance kasi nga po, we understand that we are still in a pandemic, in a health crisis. And the 6,000 clothing allowance can be used by our employees for the clothing po nila, no? And because we are now in a work from home arrangement, most of us, and the others are doing also limited physical reporting to their offices, we allow the use of the old uniform. But those who want to buy new ones, kasi Ma'am Liling, nadinig din po namin, no? This is from the that they're also waiting for the new design. And they're also preparing. Kasi sa kanila raw po, parang mentally, psychologically, it helps them when they have new things to also wear. And also a symbol ng Department of Education is regularly operating. So we gave them the choice. If they want the new design, they can buy and use their 6,000, and the new design of clothing uniform has been also issued. And we are happy that this was positively recognized and acknowledged by our employees. So yung po ay choice ninyo. You can use your old uniform and still use your 6,000 as you need it. And those who want to have their new uniform, please make use of the new design. And this is what we call the transition year. Ito pong flexibility na ito ay binigay po natin dito ngayong taon na ito para po mapaghandaan din natin na next year ay meron na tayo mga bagong uniform lahat. Also, maybe some other good news to our non-teaching position. Pang non-teaching naman po kasi we have about 900,000 teachers, and then about more or less 100,000 non-teaching position. Yung CNA Collective Negotiation Agreement, Ma'am Liling, ay naibigay na. This is 201 million in total. Average of 3,000 for the members and average of 2,000 for the non-members. Mga pang non-teaching po natin, kagaya ng mga kasama natin ngayon na mga information officers, mga nagtatrabaho sa region, sa division. Yan po ay natanggap nila. And I think matagal po sila nag-intay kasi yung pinakahuling CNA ay 2 or 3 years ago pa. At yung last na mga PBB ay wala po ang nakukuha ang mga non-teaching position. Kaya ito po ay isang tulong na rin natin sa kanila. Marami po nagtatanong, Ma'am Liling, I take this opportunity. Yan po ay good news. Eligible po ang DepEd. At first time po yan, Ma'am Liling, na teaching and non-teaching are eligible except for some certain units na hindi po nakapag-submit ng mga requirements para sa PBB. Yung pong ibig sabihin nito, minita po natin ang mga regional directors at saka mga MANCOM officials po natin to explain certain individuals lang ang hindi eligible because hindi ka nakapag-submit ng report regarding the PBB. But majority will have the PBB. Now, the release is not coming from DepEd. Ulit-ulit po namin itong ine-explain at I hope maintindihan din po na ating mga empleyado na ang PBB ay based on performance at pag na-evaluate ka na eligible, release po nito ay manggagaling sa BBM straight to the regions. At ito ay marirelease kapag naibigay na po ng region ang listahan ng mga eligible employees. Ngayon po ang status ay nakapag-submit i-evaluate po nila ito, hintayin po natin ma-release ito, hindi na ho dadaan sa amin, kay Ma'am Liling at saka sa Central Office. Diretso na po ito from BBM Regional Office to the DepEd Regional Offices. So konting intay po para po sa PBB na ibibigay po ng BBM dahil ini-evaluate na po. Lastly, about the salary increases. Taon-taon po, nako, good news po ito, hindi lang din sa DepEd but lahat ng empleyado ng gobyerno ay nakakatanggap ng salary increase. Hello? You can hear me now? Sorry, na ano po.
Yes po, yes po. Go ahead po.
Okay, na-mute ako ng host eh. So taon-taon po ay natatanggap natin ang salary increase. Ang tawag po dito ay Salary Standardization Law. At simula po ng administration ng ating presidente ay tinuloy-tuloy po nila ito. Kasama ang mga teachers. Kagaya na pag-explain ni Secretary, Teacher 1 is equivalent to an Economist 1. Teacher 1 is equivalent to an accountant 1. Also engineer 1. So meron po tayo sa gobyerno na tinatawag na salary standardization. At yun po ay merong basis kasi magkakaroon ng equilibrium sa qualification at saka sa mga work classification na ginagawa ng ating mga empleyado. Ay, salamat. May konti kaming slide dito na prepare. Yan. Ito po yung matrix ng mga teacher positions na meron tayo sa DepEd. Magsisimula po ang teacher 1 ng SG11 or salary grade 11. Pag sila po ay napopromote, nagiging teacher 2, teacher 3, master teacher 1, master 3 and 4. Ngayon po ay may tinatawag tayong inclusion of new positions. Magke-create po tayo ng teacher 4, 5, at saka master teachers higher levels. Para po ang lahat ng qualified na mga guro ay magkakaroon ng chance na ma-promote. At yung salary increase na hinihingi natin will be based on our qualification, will be based on our performance, at saka bigyan din po natin ng parang fair and equity. Lahat ng mga bago should start from natin na salary increase is to 2023. Nasa 2021 pa lang po tayo. Ang teacher 1, makikita nyo sa table na ito, ay nakakatanggap ng 22,316 per month basic salary. Compared to 2016 when it is only 19,077. The higher the level of the teacher, sige, example po natin si Master Teacher 4, in 2016, ang sweldo po niya ay 43,439. And this year, ang sweldo po niya ay 59,353. And we're still expecting salary increases until 2023. So I think ito po yung proof at saka sample ng batas na po ito. It is a salary standardization law. And asking for salary increase, it's not just for teachers. All of us in the government will have that salary increase. And it's already in our budget proposal. It is already in our projection. At lahat po ito pinaghahandaan natin. Isa pa po sa mga ginagawa ni Secretary Liling ay hindi lang sa sweldo, kung hindi pati mga benefits and allowances. At makikita natin for 2021, dalawang sets na po ng slides ng mga allowances at benefits na natatanggap natin. Hindi ko na po isa-isahin pero makikita nyo sa listahan. Kada buwan, meron po tayong pera. Personal, meron pong special hardship allowance at yan ay may criteria kung sino ang dapat mabigyan ng special hardship allowance. Para sa mga guro, World Teachers Day, October 5, 1,000 per teacher. May rata para po sa mga qualified positions na nakakatanggap po ng representation and transportation. Step increment, pag 3 years po kayo na walang promotion, kailangan itaas po natin ng 1 salary grade. Ay hindi, step po ito 1 step for every 3 years na ikaw ay hindi na po promote. At ang bawat salary grade ay may 8 steps. So ibig sabihin kung ikaw ay SG11 po pwedeng step 3 ka na, step 4, ibig sabihin mas mataas po ang sweldo. So automatic din po yan at we are now coordinating with our human resource personnel para po ito ay ma-implement. Update natin ang ating plantilla para po automatic may bigay yan sa ating mga budget every year. And lastly, yan, meron pa po tayong PEI, Performance Enhancement, Productivity Enhancement Incentive, 5,000, Cash Gift, 5,000, Step Increment for our special teachers in science and math, Loyalty Cash Incentive for every year of service, 5 years, every 10 years, meron din po binibigay. Cash allowance para sa mga teacher na ating pong i-release sa start ng ating school year. Ngayon po ay 5,000. At meron din po tayo transportation and teaching aid allowances for our alternative learning teachers or ALS. So ito ay pinapalawag pa po, pinapalaki pa at pinapatingnan po natin kung ano yung mga kailangan in our new learning delivery approach. Ngayon pong blended learning tayo, we are also working on the procurement of our load allowance and the procurement of the laptops for our teachers. Ang problema, hindi po natin mapoprovide para sa lahat. By batch po tayo kasi medyo malaki yung requirement. So we have under the Bayanihan Law 2, provision of laptops for partial for our teachers. And in 2022, sinama na po ni Secretary Ling ang digital education proposal. Lahat po na kailangan natin, ang sabi po ni Ma'am Liling, futures of education. And we have to prepare for that. I think the pandemic and the crisis help us to push faster towards that direction. And hopefully, iyon po ay makapasa sa DBM because sa unang level po ng proposal ay DBM and then Congress. But we're all doing this kasi gusto ko i-connect sa tanong ng ating estudyante na si Sarah kanina. How do we assure? I think we are, before. At yun po ay talagang very evident from our leader, the Secretary herself, and to the MANCOM who are really regularly meeting every week, just to provide the readiness and the preparation that we need for the new blended learning approach. Thank you very much, Ma'am Liling. Thank you po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you, Yusek. And I would like to suggest that the material that you shared should be shared with students because they might have the impression that the teachers are the most neglected sector of the civil service, and kailangan ipakita natin yung mga datos at saka yung mga numbers. Kasi halimbawa sinasabi na ang present administration hindi tumupad sa mga pangako. And those data will prove and show that hindi naman pinapabayaan ang teachers, pero hindi din natin pinapabayaan ang lahat na nagsisilbi sa Pilipino at this time. Kasi not all of you are children of teachers. Some of you are teachers, children of engineers, economists, children of clerks, and so on. Iniisip din namin yung mga parents ninyo, yung mga lola at lolo ninyo na hindi naman sila iiwanan even as we are doing our best to help to give attention to the teachers. So gusto ko lang i-emphasize, ipamudmud natin yan sa mga estudyante natin who have that probably might be given that kind of an impression. Thank you.
Noted po, Ma'am Liling, we will do it. Thank you po, Yusik Ann. Kinukupna po namin. Ang ganda ng presentation.
Oo, at saka klaro, maintindihan ng mga bata. Kitang-kita naman talaga yung movement ng nila compensation. Pero assure namin na hindi lang ang teachers. Ako yun ang pinanggagalingan ko na hindi lamang ang teachers, kundi lahat na nagsisilbi. Kasi may mga, as I said, some of you are children of engineers, children of lawyers, children of clerks and secretaries and drivers. Malaman ninyo na sila pinapabayaan. Thank you. By the way, hindi ako kandidato ha. Kaya ang tapang namin dahil hindi kami kandidato.
Yes, hindi kami kandidato.
Pero klaro po yung presentation ni Yusik Ann. Dapat. We will inform even the PTA groups. Mag-remand po kami. Thank you po.
Mas gracias po sa mga sagot. Muli po, gagawin po tayo from Pagadian City. Tatawagin naman natin ang DXMB 105.3 FM. Ito po yung
pinag-usapan namin sa MANCOM at saka sa EXECOM. Una, may consent ang local government. Kasi hindi basta-basta papasok lang tayo, dadating tayo doon, mag-face-to-face tayo na walang pahintulot at saka kooperasyon ng local government dahil malaki din ang tulong nila. Pangalawa, yung ating facilities ay appropriate for face-to-face. Kasi hindi naman lahat ng mga classrooms natin, mga buildings natin, parang face-to-face friendly dahil yung social distancing. At saka yung location, mahalaga yan. Kailangan malapit tayo sa tubig, malapit tayo sa health station, Tapos may supply tayo ng medicine. So, din ng school itself. Pangatlo, itong shared responsibility ng parents. Importante yan dahil we need the cooperation of parents for face-to-face learning. Kailangan signed undertaking na pumapayag sila kasi may mga parents na ayaw, may parents na gusto. Pang-apat, yung mga various services na pinoprovide sa eskwelahan, transportation, uniforms, food, and so on, kailangan papasa naman sa standards natin at saka sa standards ng Department of Health. So apat na conditions na hinahanap namin sa isang eskwelahan bago tayo papayag na magkaroon ng face-to-face. Isang magandang example would probably be in Metro Manila. May mga local governments na talagang hindi pa sila handa sa kanilang assessment na mag face-to-face. Mayroong mga parents naman na ayaw nilang i-expose yung mga bata nila. So all of this, tapos ang bottom line is satisfied ang Department of Health na kaya natin na mag face-to-face, kaya nating i-protect yung mga bata, at saka may handa tayo ng mga supplies. Halimbawa, kung mayroong pangangailangan dito sa mga supplies na ito. Tubig halimbawa. That's just a very small example. And there are schools also na ang location ay nasa mga urban na talagang masiksik na mga lugar, which probably is also not advisable ng mga schools na ganyan dahil kung mayroong problema yung community mahahawa, mapasok din ang school. So those 4 conditions and of course finally is the recommendation of the regional director ang end all and be all. Kaya yung mga natin, conditions natin, sinuggest na nga yan sinabi natin sa Senate, tapos sabi naman ng Senate, sa tingin nila kasi 1,900 noon ang bilang namin, sobrang dami daw ng 1,900. Sabi ko, when you think of 61,000 schools, 1,900 is a fair enough projection. Pero sabi namin, okay, kung nadadamihan kayo, bababaan pa natin kung magiging more strict tayo sa ating condition. Yun ang mga conditions natin. Hindi basta-basta mag-open tayo just like that. Lalo na as I said, right now, Metro Manila, NCR is not, iba yung classification. Then you have Region 4A as well. Iba naman yung situation ng mga maliliit na mga isla na mayroong mga 0 level. Nakakaingit yung ibang bansa na nalistahan ng mga bansa. Halimbawa, yung ranking ng mga countries, you have Vanuatu o 0. Yung mga Nauru, 0. These are island countries. So, tingnan din natin kung pwede ito sa atin. Thank you. So, ayun ng Dalia ang sagot natin. Very strict actually natin kasi gusto natin shared responsibility. Hindi fair na kung may mangyayari, kasalanan ng DepEd. Halimbawa, may nangyayari sa ibang lugar, kasalanan ng DepEd. May nangyayari sa pagkain, sa transportation, kasalanan yan ng DepEd. Hindi dapat ganon because that is not correct. That is not just. That is not honest. Yun. Thank you. Sige, tanong pa, Dalia.
Back to you po.
Yes, Ma'am Dalia, meron pa po ba tayong mga katanungan?
For Pagadian City, yun na. we can move to Zamboanga del Sur po, Direk Nina.
For Zamboanga del Sur, tignan natin kung may matatanong tayo. Siguro for our last question naman po, kasi medyo kinakapos na po tayo sa oras. For the last question na lang po, eto na lang siguro, Secretary. What initiatives has DepEd done in bridging the gap dun sa distance learning?
We have done everything that is humanly possible within 24 hours so far as distance ng sinasabi nila modules, kinorek natin kaagad yun. Yung nagsabi na ay hindi marunong mag-Ingles, mali, ignorante, etc. ang Department of Education, kinorek natin yun kaagad. Karoon tayo ng error watch. Ang pinaka-challenging talagang problema, of course, is the production of the modules. So, sinistrengthen din natin yung use ng technology dahil nakita natin, di ba, nag-opening tayo sometime in September ba? Opening ng school? October. We opened school in October and then you had a series of storms, no? So na-tested talaga yung sistema natin. Nung nakita natin yung mga problema na yun, we acted on them immediately. So kung as the problems occur, we look for solutions, and at the same time figure out what problems are emerging. And what I'm saying now is that we're going to decimate our forests if we continue our very heavy dependence on printed material. That is already very clear. We saw that in our experience after the opening of school last October. So as the problems occur, we find a solution. And if we see there are already problems that are looming ahead, nakikita na namin, we try to take action. And then concluding from marunong mag-Ingles, nagdi-discriminate ang DepEd. Sinabi namin kung may mangyari pang uli na ganyan na magsabi, I'm sorry, nakita ko sa Facebook, kinopya ko yung nakita ko sa Facebook, ay hindi na yan pwede, mag-impose na tayo ng sanctions. So walang problema na hindi natin hinaharap. Ang inyong secretary 24 hours nagtatrabaho. Kasama na ang staff. Ang staff ko dito na sa office sila, nagbubble ang aming paraan, ang aming style dahil hindi sila basta-basta makalabas sa office ng secretary. Hindi sila lumalabas. Kung lalabas sila, pagbalik nila, they have to undergo swabbing. Kung lalabas man sila to visit their family. Many times, and I tell you, and I'm very proud of it, many times una akong nakakaalam kung may problema doon sa mga regions. That has happened several times. Many times I have called regional directors in the middle of the night. Si Willie, alam niya ito sa Region 4A. Alas 12 ng gabi, sinabi ko, magpa-meeting ka ng SDS mo dahil sinasabi na yung mga bata hinayaang lumakad maski may baha na sumakay ng lumang. I-verify mo kung totoo yan. In 1 hour's time, may report na siya. The next morning, may masabi na ako sa press. Lahat ginagawa natin, and I believe, as I said, you have directors, you have central office staff and directors as well who have never worked as hard as they have worked now. Kasi sabay kasi yan eh. You know, we have a 10-point program and this administration is already completing its malapit nang magtapos. By next year, nobody will pay attention to whatever is happening because the public will be busy with a political exercise. So kailangan within this year, makita na natin yung resulta ng ating 10-point program. But at the same time, every day, something happens on the DepEd front, on the COVID front. So sabay yan, krisis ng COVID at saka yung pagtapos ng ating mga programa sa Department of Education. Yung ating mga initiatives na kailangan may record dyan para kung sino man ang susunod, hindi din sila mahirapang malaman kung ano ang nangyari, kung ano ang ginawa natin. Yung mga pagbabago natin sa management, sa ating financial system, yung pag-enhance natin ng ating IT capacity, pinakamabigat yung pagbago ng ating curriculum. Kasi hindi lamang na senior high school curriculum ang binago, yung buong curriculum ang binago. Kasama yan sa 10-point program natin. Matter of gender, matter of population management, and so on. Nasa program natin yan. We have to deliver our 10-point program even as we are struggling with COVID. Even as we have to face all the manifold impressions that are given of DepEd. Marami sa atin lumaki under the impression na wala nang pinakabobo kundi ang mga taga-DepEd. Wala nang kasing tamad kundi ang mga taga-DepEd. Ayan ay hindi totoo. Hindi na yung totoo, 19 forgotten, 19 kopong-kopong pa yung mga ganong klaseng impresyon. Dahil ang DepEd is a professional organization, sabay-sabay ang pakikibaka sa COVID-19. And if that is not the most difficult thing to do, then perhaps we have to look for other issues to consider. Yung mga unpredictables, yun ang talagang mahirap. Kasi who would have predicted that mayroong variants na lalabas? And then the challenges pa of the other departments which have impacts on us. Like as I said, the OST, mag-set up sila ng virology center. Saan sila kukuha ng mga data gatherers nila, mga inputters nila? At saka ang sabi nga and this is something you better share it with whether these are your fellow teachers or the readers of your media. Sabi ni Boy de la Peña sa akin, napakagaling ng senior high school program ng mga bata natin. Napaka-creative nila. Kasi nakita niya yung ginagawa ng mga bata natin sa senior high school. And he has been going around. And coming from the Department of Science and Technology, I believe it is an affirmation of what we are doing, in addition to the impression that we discriminate against Igorots, which is a closed issue already. Mayroon pa ba?
Yan, maraming salamat, Secretary. Naku po, mukhang kinakapos na po talaga yung mga kaibigan natin sa media. Pwede po nilang isumite sa ating Regional Information Officer at sisikapin po naming sagutin lahat po ng na-forward na questions. Secretary, bago po tayo magpaalam, meron po kayong mensahe o naisabihin sa lahat ng nakibahagi sa talakayan sa araw na ito?
Marami ako ring nababasa, hindi naman lahat, ng mga coverage sa Mindanao. Kaya nga, I was looking forward to dialoguing or talking with the Mindanao media, especially sa region na ito. Dahil siyempre, masayang-masaya ang media dito na very lively, maraming issues na lumalabas. So I was looking forward to talking with them and really sharing with them what is happening. Gusto ko lang emphasize una yung sinabi ko na pag-reclassify ng mga teachers sa priority sa vaccination. Pangalawa, yung ating ongoing negotiation. It will work kasi yung comment ng COMELEC nung tinanong sila, hindi naman sila nagsasabing hindi pwede. Sinabi nila na pag-aralan nila ng gusto yung sinabi natin. So that's very important. At saka yung mga other benefits which we are endeavoring to deliver to our teachers as we wind up our term at this time. And then pang-apat, I don't know, we have to be very excited about the future. Dapat sana ma-excite tayo sa future. In addition, of course, yung future natin kasama na si COVID. We're looking forward, of course, to conquering COVID. And one way is to develop our own capacity to produce our own vaccines and to study what is the nature of ano kaya yung like one question I'm very curious about, is there such a thing as a Philippine variant of COVID? Sabi nila mayroon daw Philippine variant of COVID. At saka yung talagang tunay na research center at saka this is the support of government. Pero hindi na napapansin niya ng publiko. Yung space center, we're going to join the community of humans who are interested in space, whether it is the space between our ears or the space outside in the galaxies and in the planetary systems. And these are very exciting things. Education is very exciting. It's not wrong spelling. It's not terrible grammar. It's not horrible enunciations of particular words. It's not inferiority. It's not poor quality. Education right now perhaps is one of the most exciting fields that one can join. And I congratulate our teachers, our officials for choosing education as a place where they can pursue their careers and their interests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. In as much as we would have wanted a more lively and from the media and press, medyo masama ata panahon in Mindanao at nag-brown out kaya hindi po sila, marami po sa kanila hindi nakasama sa ating press conference. So, kinalulungkot man po nating magtatapos na ang ating press con. Sana naman marami din tayong, nakapag-reach out din tayo at marami din tayong naibahagi sa kanila. Ma'am Dalia, meron po kayong mga nais pasalamatan?
Yan po, Direk Ninya. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga media partners at sa ating mga student leaders sa kanilang mga katanungan.
Dipolog ba yun yung singing?
Muchísimas gracias din, lalo na sa ating mga magigiting na mga
singing group, Nina.
Yes, ma'am. Yes po, ma'am.
Congratulations pala to the, Dipolog ba yun o Dapitan?
Teachers Choir. Yes po.
Yes, they did very well. Ang ganda pa ng t-shirt nila. Ang ganda pa ng design. In my favorite fighting red.
Salamat po sa ikiling. Muli po, nandyan po, magpapasalamat din po tayo sa mga nakaantabay sa atin, yung ating mga functional division chiefs at iba pang opisyal at mga staff. Sa ngalan po ng DepEd R09 Regional Director, si Dr. Isabelita Embores at Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Pedro Melchor M. Natividad, ako po ang inyong lingkod, Regional Information Officer Dalia Amante Paragas na nagsasabing, CRE, hunto-hunto, pwede. Ngayon po, tawagin natin muli kung meron pa pong message ang ating Secretary, Sec Liling, baka meron pa po kayong panghuling mensahe po. Please proceed po.
Wala na, Dalia, nag-over-message na ako. Nag-exceed na ako. Oo, wala na, nasabi ko na yung gusto kong sabihin. Oo, na-summarize ko na. Thank you very much, pero congratulations to all of you. Muchas gracias.
Salamat din po. Director Nina.
Yan, maraming salamat, no? At maraming salamat din sa lahat po ng nagpadala ng kanilang mga tanong, our friends from the media and press, at sa lahat po ng nanonood sa atin ng live via Facebook despite the brownout. Maraming salamat din po sa mga undersecretaries na Secretary Justado San Antonio, syempre Secretary Leonor Magtoles Briones, maraming salamat po. Diyan nga po nagtatapos ang ating press con proper. At sana man po ay kagaya po ng adhikain ng ating kagawaran ay patuloy pa rin tayong magkaisa para sa edukasyon at pag-aaral ng ating mga mag-aaral. Magkaisa po tayo sa aksyon, magkaisa sa solusyon. Kasama ko po, Ma'am Dalia Paragas ng DepEd Region 9. Ako po muli si Nina Bianca Sanglay para sa EduAksyon, aksyon at solusyon para sa edukasyon. Balik kina Ma'am S and Sir Randy.
Maraming salamat po, Director Nina, Ninya, and Miss Dalia. Sa tinuod ng good Sir Randy, daghan kayo tamihibalan kung ginawa.
Tama.
Mga kalibog na ginawan, mga pangutana na natubag. No? So, yan lahat ng kasadukan. Salamat sa inyong na nakatabay sa panonood sa ating regional press con. Maraming salamat din sa ating mga kasamahan sa DepEd Region 9 para sa pagbibigay sa atin ng isa na namang great learning opportunity. At syempre pa sa ating mga media partners. Kahit ang iba hindi nakapasok kasi mahina yung ating signal, yung ating mga connection doon. Pero parang silang nandiyan, nakaantabay at sumusuporta sa ating mga programs and projects at sa iba't ibang DepEd partners na nakasubaybay ngayon. Wala pong pagsiglan, way kasuglan ng among pagpasalamat din sa Region 9. Salamat kaayo. Isa po itong karangalan at karanasan na di namin malilimutan. Pero bago tayo tuluyang magtapos, tunghayan po natin ang special dance number from Milenga's Dance and Symbol of Pagadian City Division.
At paalala lamang po sa lahat na nasa virtual room na huwag po munang aalis para sa isang photo opportunity later.
Muli po, ako si Espenia.
Ako naman si Randy Davis. Magkita-kita tayong muli sa susunod.
Dito lang sa EduAksyon.
Aksyon at solusyon para sa edukasyon.
Hello po, good afternoon. Off-air na po tayo. Maraming salamat po. Ready na po for photo ops. Thank you. Okay, turn. Yes po, pa-turn on na lang po ng mga camera.
Romy. Pag mauman ka na, Day. Pag mauman ka na, ibalik sa pagtanganan.
Okay.
Ah,
Okay po.